And people also mistaken ugubu for isgubu, which is another instrument which we'll go into it later. So this song I wrote because of COVID. Next one is the storotoro, but it's also known as the jaw harp. And then here in KZN, we used to use bamboo to play the storotoro. This will be umakweyana. So this instrument was pretty much designed for putting children to sleep. It's a very gentle instrument. Sometimes you can try put a pickup, but it only takes up the string and not the vibration. Okay, we'll try again. Sa Thank you very much.
Tobagil and Manda has just given us powerful performance. Thank you very much, Tobagil. And Sazi is Bogosake. Sazi is Bogosake. God, my blessings of Federal Season Tobacco Baby. As on Shai Soprano, Tobacco Baby is one of the three tenors. She will give us her soprano item. And I will not be surprised if she gives us a very powerful performance. I will not be surprised at all. Thank you so much. After this performance, I would like us to start walking around, enjoying the exhibition. And I would like us to go for refreshments in Gallery 1. We just walk across the foyer and get to Gallery 1. There are some refreshments there. And please make sure that you stay away from each other because we have to do this social distancing. And don't come close to each other, but do engage with artists. Ask Tobagil some questions. Ask Sakile some questions. And all the artists who are here, get to know them better. Thank you so much. Molosi against the stage. Someone.
Okay. Kancane ngizokuthathela.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bego, for your wonderful performance. As I said, I'm still not surprised. I will ask one of the entertainers to come on stage and say a few words before we start moving around. Because we need to get to know them, the three of them. Who are they? Where did they come from? Where can we find them? Thank you.
Greetings everyone, all protocol observed. Well, I'm not good with spoken words, but I hope whatever this initiative is, it benefits the artists, because as I'm standing here, we are at an unfortunate period whereby it's difficult for us to encourage young people to engage themselves with their skills when it comes to art, because it doesn't benefit us. We come here, we sing, we come here with our beautiful drawings, but we go back home only with applause. We feed ourselves on applause. We go back now to our landlords. They are going to chase us, but when we sleep, we say at least they applaud. That is what we are feeding ourselves on. I hope this message goes across to whomsoever that needs to stand up and to say, these people need to be supported. I am an artist, but when I went to school I did civil, but it doesn't, both these things are not working. You know, my heart is with art, but it doesn't benefit me. It doesn't benefit me, it doesn't benefit my family, it doesn't benefit my future. Only what I can feed on is at least they applauded. You know, that's where the confidence and the pride is. That at least the house applauded what I was doing. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of hours, it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of efforts only for us to live with the applause. I hope the mentality with us changes altogether. We support these streams even at universities, they are there, but there is no catchment on how they're going to live with whatsoever that they did in universities. There is opera music in schools, there is design everywhere, but there is no catchment after. Where are we taking these people to? When after they graduate, what are we doing with them? It's difficult for me to stand today and say, please, engage yourself in art. To a young person, it's extremely difficult. Having said that, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
We didn't get to know the name of this gentleman, so we still don't know his name. And he didn't tell us where they can be found. Are they on social media? Are they on Instagram, on Facebook, etc.? We don't know their names. We only know the name of Notobego Pengu, but we need to know how to access the art of these three tenors, because I think we need to support them. We are not rich, but we can try to support them.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gagasi, who sits as the managing director of the opera company Grande Tenore, famously known as the Three Tenors. However, today we brought Usman Mulasa, the one who is just descended the stage. He is Usman Mulasa on Facebook, a well-known baritone who has traveled again abroad. And we have Nontobego Bengu, the soprano, who is also Nontobego Bengu on Facebook and Instagram. You can follow her. She's an internationally acclaimed soprano soloist, currently enrolled at Tshwane University of Technology. Well, to follow Grande Tenori, you can just follow it on Instagram at Grande Tenori, Twitter at Grande Tenori, and Facebook at Grande Tenori. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Can we now start moving around the room, looking at artworks, talking to artists, and we can also walk across the foyer and go to Gallery 1, where we've prepared some refreshments. Please feel free and enjoy this exhibition. Thank you. We've come to the end of our program for today. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Sanibonani, I'm Dr. Namhlope, and I'm here at Articulate Africa. We are celebrating One City, One Book.
We are in the 8th year of One City, One Book, the 4th year of Articulate Africa, a very rich program that showcases various aspects of what PRC, more than grass cutting, does in terms of showcasing the rich heritage of our city. The Pastor with a Criminal Mind, written by Elimpilo Dladla, deserves a much, much stronger round of applause.
I would like to begin by thanking the Parks, Recreation and Culture units and the Articulate Africa planning team for arranging this beautiful occasion. I'm so blessed to be here and to have you all here as part of this occasion.
By the time sihlangana siba umphakathi silwa nalesi sihlava, then kuzoba lula ukuthi labantu abenza imisebenzi emibi batholakale futhi bangasitholi benamathuba okuphumelela kwi-human trafficking.
I'm very happy and excited to be here, particularly when this book was being launched, The Pastor with Whatever Mind. I think it's such an interesting book. It has revived in me the spirit of reading, but most important thing, it has taught us a lot about human trafficking, which is a subject that a lot of people are not talking about.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the fourth Articulate Africa at the Durban ICC. It's such a great pleasure to have you here today. And to those who are streaming live, thank you so much for taking time out in order to be with us this evening. It's a really important conversation, a very important one, and we look forward to hosting it today. Now, we've looked at so many things when talking Articulate Africa. We've looked at books, we've looked at art, gender-based violence being one of the most important ones. But right now, we get into a heartbeat of most countries, and that is sports. Now, sports is a very, very important field, and there's a lot of things that go into making sports such a big deal as it is in every single country. Sports drives the economy in many countries. Sports unifies a lot of people in different countries. And talking about South Africa, we all know that the 1994 Rugby World Cup was such a significant time in the country because of the way sports has unified us. Now, alongside me, I am sitting with Mr. Ngobo from Parks, Recreation, Arts and Culture, and he is the head. I'm going to introduce him shortly, but before I do that, I just would like to make a statement today that coming up is going to be Uphindi Gule. Now, Phindi Gule is a woman. She's in sports. She's done athletics, marathons. She's done exceptionally well in the sporting fraternity. And here I am, Jacinta Ngobese, very, very lazy human being, but who enjoys sitting at home on the couch and watching sports. Now, it's no coincidence that tonight we're going to have women who are going to be taking the torch and making sure that this conversation is ongoing, it's facilitated, and it's doing well. It's no coincidence that we are now forcefully saying that women need to have their place in the sporting world, and it's not going to happen tomorrow, it's going to happen today, and it starts right here. I'm going to leave you with a very interesting fact for you to think about and digest as we talk about sports today. Now, talking Springboks, recently won the Rugby World Cup, doing very well, being ranked as the #1 team in the world when it comes to rugby. But did you know that one Springbok earns more than an entire 7 squad? That means that one player who plays for the Springboks earns the entire salary of the women's rugby team. Anyways, I'd like now to welcome onto the podium Ufuze umaphula obumashia mahla ngathi azoshumayela iqadi umafuza fulela, head of the PRC unit, Mr. Ngobo. Can we give him a round of applause? And if you're at home, please like. Good evening, Fuz.
Good evening, Mshana. Akukho ukwenzalela ngiyazi ukuthi uzela ngemarriage kodwa ke phela umshana. Ngijabule ukuthi ungamukele ngamazwi amnandi kangaka this evening kule forum esikuyona.
So now we can't really proceed with the program until you give us the official welcome and allow us ukuthi njengoba namhlanje sizothi sikwakho. I know this is something you're very passionate about. Books, reading, sports, gender-based violence, all of it put together is the reason why we're here today. And it's by no coincidence that you're the one heading this program. So I'd just like to give you an opportunity to welcome all of us before we start with the conversation about why we're actually here today.
No, thanks for that opportunity. Maybe the first thing is to say we are extremely grateful that people were able to take their time and come here this evening, and also those that are joining us online. The reason why we have this discussion this evening, it is because of decisions we took about 6-7 years ago. Some of you may be aware that this city has a social cohesion conference every year. The reason why we have that is because we as PRC have a mandate in terms of our integrated development plan, that the reason why we exist is for us to deliver on a socially cohesive city. And a socially cohesive city does not only mean that you reconcile different racial groups, but it also means that you reconcile different age groups, religions, cultures, gender, and many other differences that at times may lead to different cleavages springing up all over the city, and therefore causing all of us to run to different directions instead of building our city and therefore our nation. And the reason why we were given this mandate is because before 1994, Parks, Recreation and Culture performed a different purpose altogether. Because of the services we're offering, our job was to ensure that when you wake up in the morning, we make you to understand that you belong to a different racial group and therefore you're not equal to the other. And that is why we had different beaches for different racial groups. Libraries were divided according to color. Graves were divided according to color. Almost every service that we as PRC are offering. So then we thought, after 1994, if people were to come together, it's not going to happen naturally. Then there must be an organ of state that is going to ensure that people do get united. And if you look into things that were used before 1994 to divide people, things that are extremely, extremely, extremely powerful, it was the culture, it was the sports, those things which you may think are soft things, but actually they went into the heart of dividing people. So these are very powerful instruments of dividing. And if they're able to divide, they can also become extremely powerful instrument to unite people. So then 7 years ago, we then took a decision that if we're to have a socially cohesive city, Jacinta, then we needed to concentrate on sports. That entire conference over 3 days just looked into the issue of sports. And we recognized then that rugby was for white people, cricket was for white people and to a certain extent Indian people, and soccer was for black people. And also, if you think about newspapers, the Daily News, the Mercury was for rugby, Ilanga, Isolezwe after, they were for soccer. And you remember at some point that Golden Arrows won a final. I think its score was 6-1. And Daily News and Mercury were quiet on that. And Isolezwe and Ilanga wrote, but very small articles. The reason being that they are so mad about Kaizer Chiefs and Orlando Pirates. And I even remember at some point when Pirates defeated Amazulu, the headlines was, Pirates destroys Amazulu. When I read the story, it was only 1-0. So people were therefore not conscious and proud about the teams that exist in their own city. That's why then we sat down and said, let's do something about it. Now, the reason why then today wanted to look into this is because, in our view, and please you let us know, we seem to have made, I think, a number of achievements. If you look into sharks today, sharks, they have become more mixed, but at the same time they are achieving. If you look into the dolphins, same thing is happening there. A number of people are coming through the ranks who were excluded before. And then soccer, Amazulu are number 1, Golden Arrows are number 3 on the log. And in our view, looking from a distance, we suspect there is something that has happened, and this thing is positive. Now the question is, are we getting closer to a situation that all of us are going to be happy about or not really? Now in conclusion, Articulate Africa is just exactly about that. We're a city of literature, not for nothing, but because we're able to take the creative sector, including sports, and put these at the heart of development for our city, both economically and culturally. And that is why your city is the only city in Africa that is designated as a city of literature. So, Jacinta, I think that is why we're here tonight. So, if I may put it that way, so over to you.
Thank you so much, Mapolo, and thank you for introducing me. I even forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jacinta Ngubese. I am an award-winning radio presenter, radio producer, and award-winning woman in media. I am here by no coincidence. I'm known as Mrs. Messi for a reason. But it's not only that, really. It's because sports is something I hold very close and dear to my heart. Now, Paloba, you did mention that social cohesion is not only about mixed race, it's about a whole other lot of different aspects. And looking at South Africa is one of the few countries who've participated in the Rugby World Cup, in the Cricket World Cup, in the Football World Cup. Now, also having hosted the World Cup. Now, looking at all of these things and how well we seem to be placed in the world in terms of sports, do you think that young people should aim to go outside of the country instead of growing within the bounds of the city and as well as the country?
If I was 14 years old, I would have answered this question differently. But now I know. For me, I wouldn't dare to go elsewhere. Because the glitter that you see out there is actually not there. This country, our country, has a lot of extreme potential, things that we haven't even tested. The wealth of our culture, the wealth of human resource that we haven't tapped, and also the endowment with natural resources that we have. It makes you and I the most privileged people that you are citizens here, and you don't have to start from scratch and spend at least 10, 15 years trying to make ourselves acceptable. If our boys in rugby, because there are only two best teams in rugby in the world, it's us and someone else. So if we can be the best, and these people are South Africans, what would prevent us to become the best in all other areas of our lives? Jacinta, we had a session here earlier on, predominantly girls actually, for whatever reason, 16 and 17 years of age. I was called on stage to pass some remarks. I refused because of the level of intelligence that I saw there. And judging from what they were saying, this country has a bright future. For me, I would discourage people if they want to leave. I would say to them, please stay here.
Awesome. So looking at cricket, now cricket, there's Test cricket, there's ODIs, there's T20s, and so far we are yet to win a Cricket World Cup. We go far, but we don't make it. Now, when we look at cricket, it's not a sport that's really played in Darwin that you can say, Semalokshin, Komlazi, Konanda, Lamontville, and so forth. The same can be said for rugby. What can be done in order to sell the beauty of these sports, not only to predominantly white neighborhoods and white schools, but also schools in the rural and township areas?
I was a bit disappointed when I heard, Jacinta, that representatives from rugby and cricket were supposed to be here, but apparently they are not. Because in my view, they've done quite a lot for them to come and stand on this platform and sing their praises, basically. I would like us at some point to have them and sit here and talk to us. But as far as I'm aware, they have actually done quite a lot. In Kwamashu, for instance, there is a cricket oval that we have been working on together with the cricket union to build I think it's to the tune of 10 million rand. It's not far from your home, actually. I know where you live. So it's just a stone's throw from you in G section, Guamashu. We have been there with our friends from the cricket stadium, and they were happy about the progress that is being made. And then also they have a number of developmental players from across the city, some of them from very, very poor areas. And these young people would not have been able to make it without the programs that they've put in place. Now, if you look into rugby, then the same thing. We have seen a number of black players coming through the ranks, and they are now playing even professionally there. So these are things that we should be proud of, and a number of developmental programs that we have. So what we are doing as the municipality is now to build some of these fields of the facilities in black areas. Like, for instance, if you go to, I think it's in Inanda, and also in Gwaklimba, and in another place called Mtamtengwayo, in deep rural areas of our city. So there are facilities that are coming up all over the show. And we have a plan as the municipality to continue to build them. This year, I think we have about 500 million rands for the building of facilities. There's quite a few that we're going to be opening up in the next, say, 3 months or so, which also include facilities for this. Now, when you go to some of the areas where we have these facilities, you may find that we don't have enough coaches to teach kids there, but the facilities are now starting to come up. So all that we need to do is to identify people who will have the skills who are going to be deployed there so that they can train them. So in other words, the bases that we have put in place are enough for us to begin to address the issue that you are raising.
Awesome. So looking at athletics, Africa, in terms of ranks athletics as the 4th most popular sports. We are looking to the Olympics. We have seen our South African team doing well in terms of running and swimming and some other sports as well. But with athletics, there's not much that you see being done on the ground, but it is quite a popular sport, especially because we have been bidding to have the Olympics being hosted here. And we've had some great Paralympics. We've had some great swimmers, the likes of Chad Leclerc, who is from here at KZN. And I know you've got relationships with some of these people who are in charge of taking different athletes to the Olympics. What are some of the concerns that they raise when it comes to the challenges that they face?
Let me begin with swimming. Some of you may be aware that the man who is the national coach for swimming is a Durbanite, and is also the chairperson of an international structure of coaches worldwide, in other words. He's participating there and is highly regarded, and I have it on good record that various countries have been trying to entice him to come and coach their national teams. Well, they've raised a number of issues, including the fact that they do not have sponsorship for their athletes. I have been involved in numerous events, activities, where they were trying to raise funds so that these athletes are then able to dedicate most of their time training. So each time they have to go, they really knock a number of doors looking for funding. And our athletes, swimmers, are earning a pittance. But if you look into the number of swimmers that we have in our country, and they are not more than 1,000, and compare them to countries like the US, China, who have times-stated the number that we have. And we're still, the last I checked, ranked number 6 in the world. You can then see that if we're to invest more, then we should be able to beat these big countries. They go all out and spend, invest in facilities and also in the athletes themselves. And then also, Chad, for instance, was forced to move from here to Cape Town because Cape Town boasts better facilities when it comes to nurturing someone like Chad who has to perform at a different level. We have, I think it's about 55 swimming pools here. And those swimming pools have enabled us to produce the talent that we have. We have won so many goals and made other achievements at an international level. Like, for instance, I always say this, if it was not for swimming, Monaco wouldn't be having a princess. The prince met our girl somewhere in the swimming competition, and that then showed that you are able to produce talent that is able to go to other countries and compete there. It means, therefore, the facilities that we have, they are fine and they are producing. Now, imagine if we were to increase the numbers and also install other facilities within the existing ones to ensure that professionals are able to produce. But and also, Jacinta, in relation to that, let's look into the numbers of young people who die in swimming pools. That will then tell you that you still have to do a lot in terms of making this sport not only for competing purposes, but also as a life skill. So yes, there is a lot that we still have to do, but the biggest problem is that we don't spend as much in this. Maybe consider it as a luxury, mere sports, and that is why government is not spending on it, and private sector.
So lastly, Mr. Ngobo, we're now looking at a situation where we're faced with the coronavirus, COVID-19. It has had some devastating effects on the football fraternity, sports in general. The spectators are not allowed to come into the stadiums. Obviously, a lot of revenue being lost for the city as well. But what is the plan going forward? What is the plan in terms of COVID-19, but also being able to have these different sports and making sure that people are still within the boundaries of keeping safe, social distancing, but also because sports is such an important thing and because the rest of the world is also dealing with the same situation, are we looking at the rest of the world and how they're progressing and implementing those things as a city, or are we looking within ourselves and saying this is our situation and this is how we're going to deal with it?
I love your questions, like you stay with us on a daily basis. No, actually we decided to look within ourselves. Corona was probably a blessing in disguise for this city, because barring some few minor problems, we were able to take some of the budgets, Jacinta, that we could have used, for instance, for Salga Games, the EThekwini Games, and concentrated in building our structures in all the wards. As far as I'm aware, right now, according to a report that I received some 2 days or so ago, we've been able to form sports committees in 98% of the wards in the city. Now, each and every ward out of 110, they now have a sports committee. And these sports committees are responsible, or will be responsible, for organization and management of games within their own wards, and also for mobilization of resources, including finances. Now, the plan is to then use the resources we couldn't use to then train them, and we're in discussions with a number of organizations, including, I must say, Lotto, which seems to be getting warm to the idea that maybe if we were to make these sports committees independent, but then have proper structures and proper records, they will be able, or they are prepared, they will look into possible funding for these structures. So once we have these structures, in my view, we should then be able to make our sports associations stronger, but then also the ground will be able to mobilize resources even at a local level and get more of funding from the private sector. The private sector currently, their funding is more directed to other sports, but once we are able to speak with one voice, we should be able to distribute these resources. So in my view, therefore, that helped us because we're not going to have the time and the resources to do what we have just done. I know it could be minimal, but we've started to make some inroads in relation to that.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Mapoloba, for all that insights, especially knowing what the city has been in terms of the sporting world. But now I'd like to make way for Ms. Phindi Gule, who's going to be taking us through facilitating the program that's going to be going on. She's going to be introducing our guests and telling us where each one is from and what the conversation. And also keep the conversation going. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jacinta, and the head of PRC, Babuthembi Nkosi Ngcobo. As mentioned, my name is Phindi Gule Burley, and mine is really to facilitate the discussion because we have people who are in the sports fraternity from admin and also those who are working with athletes. So we're going to engage. We also have people in the audience that are former also active at the moment, and we also have some of the people that can add value in this discussion. So I need to make clear before we get into it that this is not, the discussion is not only limited to the people that are here. If I could, I would have everybody here, but because of the COVID and the regulations that we are under, we have to make sure that we are compliant. And talking about being compliant, let's just make sure that we wear our masks at all times. And before I start, I also need to say thank you very much to the team, PRC, that despite the conditions that we live under, you made sure that this happens because it is important. But also the fact that it hasn't been easy. It must have been a challenge for you to work and see how you can make this happen and make sure that it happens the right way. So thank you very much for that. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome our panelists. I'm going to start with a lady that I've had the privilege of engaging with for a very, very long time. She is quite active. She runs, from what I know, she, just like me, she is a runner, tries to stay active at all times. Please welcome Ulona Benya, who is going to engage us on a subject that is very important. It's good and well that we have athletes in our country and also at a developmental stage. What is it that we are doing to make sure that we skill them? We give them a set of skills that will enable them to sustain their lives even post their career. They're able to have a life that is decent. Truth be told, a lot of our sportsmen and women have struggled after their careers. We'll get into that discussion later on. Please come forward, Luana. And our second speaker, ladies and gentlemen, talking about development, he works a lot with men and women who are at varsity. We know that that's where it almost is developed because we all start in primary school, high school, and then later on at varsity we start zooming into the things that we are good at. Mark is behind all of that. Mark Beshu, he is the one who works with the athletes in KZN at a university level. He is employed by the University of KwaZulu-Natal as the manager overseeing all the sporting codes. Please put your hands together for Mark as he joins us. And the last one, I leave it for the last one because I think without implying that he belongs to a museum, but here's a man with a wealth of knowledge when it comes to sports. He has been at it for many years. I stopped counting Bab Matsingwan. He is the president of the KZN Sports Confederation. He works with all sporting codes. He's pulled from left to right, working, ensuring that our youngsters are developed, ensuring that we have all the necessary tools to be proud as KZN when we see all the athletes that come from here. Please put your hands together for Ubabu Matsingwan. As he joins us, Jacinta and Ubabu Matsingwan have said so much. I was wondering, I'm sitting there thinking, what are we going to talk about, guys? But then when you talk about sports, there is just so much to talk about. And sports is something that is very close to my heart because not only do I work in the space, but also I'm very active for a simple reason, really, that we know that sports unifies us as a people. And it also instills certain values, certain characteristics like discipline, determination, teamwork. All of those things are things that help us on a daily basis, not only on the field of play, but when it comes to your work. If you are active and you're a sports person, discipline is something that you will not struggle with. And also making discipline, it goes across from disciplining yourself, keeping time and all of those things, eating well, it is important. It's something that I took up later on in life, but as they say, better late than never. 50 is staring at me in the face, 3 years away from 50, but I'm grateful that sports has kept me the way I am because it's about choices. Whether you do sports at a recreational level or at a professional level, it is something that is good for you. I know that even the head of PRC, we are Zamanogo. I think he does 5K 5 times a week, if he's not lying to me, but I know Gutuyazam. Good evening and welcome. Now, as I said that, sports is something that unifies us, and also it helps us to be disciplined. Talking about discipline, are we there? Are we at a point where we can say that as a country, zooming into KZN, as KZN, we can look at ourselves and say, we have done well in making sure that our sportsmen and women are doing great. I know at the moment we are jumping up and down, and rightfully so, because when you look at football, Amazulu, Golden Arrows, they have really made us proud. Are we there? I'll start with you, Loda.
Sawona Sispidi, Sanbona Nongelin, as Sispidi has said, my name is Lona Benya. I'm the founder of Mabenya Sports Consultants, and a very proud product of Parks, Recreation and Culture. I think Baba Ungobo said it, that when the department wanted to restructure, they also wanted to touch base on issues such as business in sports, and I took that opportunity, and I must compliment the PRC team for the job that they have done, and thank you very much for the invitation. But coming back to your question, that is a very brilliant question, which I don't think that maybe it's not only for football-related players. because it goes across the issues of everything that is happening within the sporting fraternity, from discipline into the kind of lifestyle. Almost all the teams at professional level, I am subject in saying that some of them, they do have life skills that they offer to the different players that are contracted to them. However, perhaps we still have a gap that we need to fill, especially and in particular within the development structures, because sometimes when an athlete gets to be signed in Golden Arrows or Amazulu, some of the bad behaviors that he understood from the development level, they were actually not niched out. But I am aware that the Parks, Recreation and Culture has been in contact with many businesses that can come into the space of supplying resources. Because when you are talking about discipline, you're not only talking about the lifestyle of a program, of a player within, you're talking about a total management space where you're talking about finances, you're talking about the lifestyle, whether you want to go to Florida Road as an athlete, and so many things. So to me, I think there is something that has been done, because I know that within, even with the Salga Games that the city has won for over a period of time, there's been elements of trying to combat the issues of athlete behavior that have been done, but the gap is also there, which I think that it's one of the resolutions that were taken in the Sport Business Summit, that the private sector, perhaps looking at strategic partnerships, that the city can engage with the banking sector, the motor sector, because athletes, perhaps if I can make an example with football, they drive fast and all that, but then what could the corporate sector do that can capacitate those players on how to use those kind of players, perhaps not necessarily under the influence all the time, but the strategic partnerships with the corporate sector perhaps can try and close that gap. Thank you very much.
Okay, and we'll get into some of the things that you mentioned in your answer. But Makengwane, you are at the heart of this. Usebenza at a grassroots level, engaging in all sporting codes. What are some of the things that you find, Ubuchi, we can still improve on? And some of the things that are a bit of a challenge, and as Ulona has indicated, some of the things that are a bit of a challenge.
Thank you, Pindi. Good evening to everybody in the room. I must say, Pindi, that I got worried when you were introducing me. I thought you were introducing another person who has substituted me, only to find that it's me. But I would like to touch base on the discipline first before I embark on your question. How important it is, and also how important the sport is in instilling discipline. My other part of Tamil is a sports personality, but my other part of sport of Tamil is a teacher. So once I was still a teacher, and being a sports organizer. It's a short story. The students got on strike, and once they were on strike, on the same day we were supposed to play a crucial game. So I called the captain, who was part of the strike of the students, and said that because it's approaching 2 o'clock for the game, I should tell our opponents that the game is off. Then he said, no, sir, don't cancel the game, we are going to play the game. I said, the people who can play the game should not be on strike. I cannot take people from strike and take them to the field. He went back and called and talked to his peers. They called off the strike and went to class. Then we went to the game. And the strike did not happen again. So that is how sometimes sports is so important. Some principals, they would not like sports in their schools as a waste of time. And you end up, the school is not passing, but is not playing. There's no discipline, but they are not playing. The schools that are playing, you've got maximum discipline. So it is important that this should be instilled at a very lower age, because isiZulu sithi umthetho uhlabusamila ugotshwa usemanzi. Now that's why then we find that in the professional ranks, sometimes we find ill-disciplined players because they lack something. School sports needs to be revamped, and we are in the process of doing that. But also coming to the importance of sports, you see, Pindi, right now, we are sitting at the end of the river, coming with all the products of our investment. What do I mean? I mean that you find that after playing professional, people are getting out with nothing, and we are waiting to assist them when they are nothing. And we end up being part of the burial schemes. So what is important is that we must swim upstream now to reach them whilst they are still playing, and instill the life skills whilst they are still playing. On a parting note, we welcome the drastic improvement from our teams in KZN. It's no longer the Sharks that are the pride of the province, no longer the Dolphins that are only as the pride of the province. Our problem children are magnificent now. They are performing well by being on the top of the ladder in the PSL. Thank you.
And Mark? What would you say? Would you say that, are we getting there? Are we slowly making progress and we're getting to a point where we can say, looking back, and I ask this question because often we find ourselves working and working and working. We never pause and take stock of what has been done. Articulate Africa is a program that has been going on for a long time, and it's also a challenge that I put to the team to say that there is so much that has been achieved, and I think we become too complacent and not even acknowledge the work that you have done, Mapoloba, and your team, and it is important. And similarly, when you're working with your sportsmen and women, it's important to, while you're working on a daily basis, to jump out of that situation and assess and see, are we making progress, or are we somehow going forward and backwards? Where are we in terms of developing those young men and women at a level in which you're working with them?
Thank you, Pindi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think first and foremost, I must thank PRC for the invitation. But just like Lorna, I'm also a product that came through this particular unit of sports and recreation development, Municipal. To answer your question, Pindi, the reality is that the professional sports in our city, in our province, are there at the top. I don't need to repeat what Mr. Ngobo has said. We are at the top in football, we are at the top in rugby, we are amongst the top in cricket, we are at the top in swimming. But when you look at the gap between the grassroots and the professional, that is where the focus needs to be. And I think the reality is that PRC, Sports and Recreation Development in the municipality, have really done a lot. We've seen players that started playing in what is now called the Salga Games, that came through EThekwini Games to Salga Games and are now at professional level. So the reality is that this city indeed can sit back and look and say, we are on the right path. where we fit in as higher education institutions, both at university and TVET levels, is when it comes to the support. There's a lot of focus by government on school sport, which is from a primary age till matric. Then it's almost as if the federations are then left to be on their own once an individual goes beyond matric. Yet government forgets that there are institutions, there are universities where now these students need to be kept. The support that we see from the city, from provincial government, national government, is there, but it's not enough. We need to see more Chadley clothes coming out of this city. We need to see more Sharks players coming out from the city. Indeed, Mapoloba, the Sharks, the Dolphins, they are evolving and transforming, and we are seeing more and more young African players coming through the ranks. But I think the question is, can the city say that individual came through us? Or can the Sharks say that individual came through the academy? They came from Pretoria Boys. So I think we need to grow our own timber as a city and as a province, and higher education institutions play a crucial role, because some of the expertise, when you look at the sports science aspect, that is where in this province you have University of KwaZulu-Natal, you have University of Zululand, and you have also Durban University of Technology, which are the three institutions that have sport in their curriculum and their faculties. So you also need those expertise from those institutions to assist sport go further. Thanks.
Right. Some of the things that came out from just the general question that are asked are things that I would like us to zoom into today. I think Jacinta Nomapoloba touched on a few things, but I'd like us to get into the meat of it. I'd like us to talk about development, because that's the one thing that came up. Lifestyle, lifestyle, holistic lifestyle of an athlete and the management of it thereof. I'd like us to talk about transformation. I'd like us to talk about sponsorship, because from what you said, I pick up that those are some of the things that are holding us back in one way or the other. I was hoping that Mr. Van Zyl will be here, but unfortunately he couldn't be with us. You couldn't be with us because when you look at the Sharks, they have done exceptionally well. Rugby, actually, has done exceptionally well when it comes to rugby and cricket, when it comes to transformation. It hasn't been an easy journey, but they have achieved something nonetheless. And you are not only seeing black faces in the field because you are seeing black faces who are able to deliver and hold their own. Now that is the transformation, that is transformation at its best. How are we making sure that we are able to do that with all the other sporting codes, Bab Macingwa?
Pindi, it is disappointing that as sports people, we have failed for 2 decades to transform sports. Because when we talk the truth, we may pride ourselves about the transformation in the Dolphins team, the transformation in the Sharks team. $1 million question: where did these players polish their skills? They polished them in former Model C schools. They polished it in private schools. So somebody said there's still a vast difference between the elite teams and grassroots. Very little we are doing in terms of development in those grassroots level. So Also on the side of transformation, because transformation, we should not see it only on color basis, but transformation in gender, it's a sore one. We're together with Mark during the day, where I called my committee to the front. And you would mistake the committee for a Stratamia group because of masculine only. Very little of women in the committee. And a month ago, we also witnessed one federation electing an all-men committee. So there's still a problem and a challenge that we need to transform sports. Hence, in the Sports Confederation, we are having a commission we call Transformation and Development. Because the quota system, I always say it's right, but it's for the politicians. As sports people, we should achieve transformation because we have developed the talent, and the talent gets on teams on merit, so that they are also proud of being in the team. So we are lacking, but trust me, together with the city, as it is very passionate. Of course, Mapoloba was playing number 5 in the same team I was playing with. So that's why maybe he still has in that passion. So having partners like the city, having partners like the KZN DSR, we are not going to go wrong. Metro, please pump on your resources to the development and give us 5 years, and you'll see the city will turn around. It is already moving to the right direction, I must say, so that I mustn't be seen to be saying that nothing is happening. No, a lot is happening, especially the program, how the city prepares for the Salka Games. They don't take it as a once-off event like some other parts of our province, but it becomes a program that starts in February and culminates in December. And with such initiatives, the PRC is on the right track, and we will provide better coaches to assist the young talent that will be coming up. Because if we also don't produce coaches, because transformation without suitable coaches, it's a pipe dream. How can you make a child or a player or an athlete to be better when you can't be better yourself? So we shouldn't be like in Kalankala, teaching ingane ukuthi ihambe iqonde, thina sibe sihamba lukeke. So we need to produce competent coaches and not far and few in between. Let every township or rural area have an abundance of coaches. Then we'll have a big pool to get our players, and it will happen. Mark my words, Mapoloba, 5 years is not too far, but you'll see the city becoming a beacon of hope in the sports, not for KZN only, but for the whole country.
Right. Mark, I want to throw the same question to you, but I just want to tweak it a bit, and based on what Bab Macingwane is saying, it kind of stayed in my mind when he mentioned this, Guti. When you look at kids who are coming from private schools, where there are facilities, there's swimming pools, there's all of those facilities for training, and as a result, they are better developed. When they get to varsity, they are almost there. Versus a child who is coming from entuzuma esikolweni with no facilities. It's hard for them. Are those some of the things that you look at, and how are you ensuring that you get the child who is coming from entuzuma at a level where they can they can play side by side with that child who comes from a private school? What are some of the things that you are doing to make sure, Gucci, you are able to make sure that the child is just as confident in the field of play like the child coming from a private school?
Thanks, Pindi. One of the things that we do as the University of KwaZulu-Natal is that we appoint coaches from our local federations. We ensure that when we appoint a coach, your squad or the students that we select are students that must come from all over the province. So, for example, we have scholarships that we give out. This year we've given out over 60 scholarships to sports women and men. And we've gone as far as finding athletes from the far corners of this province, because that is how far we send our coaches. We say, don't go to the private schools. Don't go to Glenwood to look for rugby players, because when you get there, you're going to get University of Stellenbosch, you're going to get University of Cape Town, also there to look for players. But not understanding that there's a product that this province has that a lot of the other provinces don't, which is the Salga Games. That's where we get raw talent that has been developed in some of the rural areas, both from the city and from the province. We've been able to unearth vast majority of our top athletes coming directly from such games as Salga Games. So from where we are as the university, we believe that you must ensure that when you bring in a code of sport in your institution, cater for development, cater for competitive, and cater for high performance. And where you are able to pick up an athlete who was coming from entuzuma, but that this individual is actually quite good in hockey, but they've never played hockey at a high performance level, you must be able, as that coach, to take them through the levels up until they can get to our first team and possibly go beyond and play for the province. So we look at all levels. We don't necessarily segregate to say we only look at the so-called former Model C schools and private schools.
Truth be told, though, when we're talking about development, also at that level where you get people from different backgrounds, you need to, what is it that we are doing to make sure that we are not only developing these sportsmen and women in the field of play, but we are looking at their life holistically? Because often when we're talking development, we tend to gravitate towards performance and good and well, because that's, that's exactly what they are there to do. But it is also important to develop a whole human being. Because, and where I'm getting at with this is that we need to make sure that we go past a time where our sportsmen and women retire with nothing. And we don't need to wait for middle age. We don't need to wait for retirement. We need to think about the future now. And I think this is where you come in, Lona, because you're working with athletes, individuals, and I'm thinking with teams as well, in trying to make sure that they're taking full responsibility of their careers, because essentially that's what sportsmen and women are supposed to be doing. I'm glad that we have Upud Mandla here in the audience, who is the coach here, Arrows. And I am going to engage him at some point. He's here. I'm not sure where he's seated. Yeah, right there. Yeah, he's right there. He was actually sitting behind me. Yeah. So I am going to engage him. But this is one of the things that I'm very, very passionate about, because it really breaks my heart. I'm in both industries that one could say that both, people who are in the entertainment industry and people and sportsmen and women, they have short-lived careers, and what you need to wake up to at the prime of your career is the fact that you are on the driving seat. Nobody is responsible for your success or your failure. You are on the driving seat and you need to focus and foresee and see the future. How are you making sure and how are you getting through to people? Because it's difficult to tell a person, which now you are getting paid 100,000. Maybe now let's try and break it down. You need medical aid, you need this, you need that. For 90 minutes now, you want to tell me how to spend my money. But let's talk about that part of development. How are you making sure that you are imparting those skills and making sure that they are practiced on a daily basis?
Thanks, Sis Pindi. There is a very good example of what you are actually talking about. I don't think it's an example that is very far from where we are. We have a young man called Brilliant Kuzwayo. Now, Brilliant Kuzwayo, I believe he might be inside the house today, but there is an excellent move that the city or the PRC has done to Brilliant Kuzwayo. Now, how did they do that? When Brilliant Kuzwayo announced his retirement, the city made sure that with the experience and the being the caliber of a player that he is, he does not go unnoticed. And I think there we need to applaud PRC for taking a proactive step that, no, wait, this is Brilliant. He belongs to the city. Let us not throw Brilliant under the truck just because now he has been injured. Now, what did the city do to Brilliant? I'm making an example about Brilliant because Brilliant today, we see him on SABC, where he is analyzing, but the unfortunate thing that he has never done was to say, hello, Skulu, which is me. I believe that at some point he will say to me on national TV, oh, hello, Skulu. But when there was a luncheon for Brilliant, there was the Durban Chamber of Business. Now, the city is trying to bring an athlete into the business space. Now, then you get to compliment the city as an enabler there. But the ball then comes to Brilliant Kuzwayo. Does he want to drink the water that the city has actually given to him? But what I'm getting at is that no matter how many times that Coach Mandla can speak to the athletes about it, it then goes back to how well developed that player was. Because you might remember that Bab Poloba mentioned that we are still facing some historical challenges of which sport was used for, but now we are trying to flip the coin. Now, in flipping the coin, you then start to use issues like your digital space, where you try to introduce life of an athlete beyond. How do you then get to Enanda, Ngane zaseNanda? Because some of those Ngane zaseNanda, they might not know what you are talking about when you are talking about the life of an athlete. Because if Coach Manja is saying, oh, Lona udlala kahle, here is a contract, they jump into those contracts without taking the legal route, you understand? Now, where does that take an athlete? It takes an athlete to an extent that they need to start to understand that once you become a professional athlete, you then represent a specific brand, which is you as an individual, and then certain things that you cannot do and there are certain things that you can do. But trying to wrap up on your question, I think that ubaba umchunu ishilo lento ukuthi the things that are being done by Golden Arrows, Amazulu, the Sharks, Dolphins, can we then try and do what social cohesion is all about? A lot of people think that social cohesion is about color, black, white, but it is also about taking from the same black people that are already well developed into back to the communities that we live in. That is still social cohesion. But what I'm getting at is that what is being done at a professional level needs to also be done at the development level in order to try and close the gap so that the athlete that sees Brilliant Khuzwayo being an analyst in, but must know how did Brilliant Khuzwayo get into being there. But basically, a lot of programs, a lot of initiatives needs to happen for the development space in order to close that gap.
At this stage, I'm tempted to ask Budmandla to join me, to join us. I don't know if I'm at liberty to do so, but I think this is going to help us to get into it. Because manje sekuyashisa, sekushubile manje. And we need to understand, while we talk about this development, thank you so much for joining us. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you for joining us, Budmandla. And congratulations, by the way, on a job well done. It hasn't been easy. Yours hasn't been an easy task, but you swam. You swam. And we can see, Guti, now you are above the water, you know. But while we're talking about development, I'd like you to just talk to us about your humble journey, both as a coach, but also as players, because it took a lot of nurturing. It took a lot of patience. It took a lot of fighting. It took a lot of willpower to say we will get there. At times it will be dark, but you will see Guti no go. Talk to us about the journey and also developing the players that you have to have them where they are. And whether do they get it? Do they understand where they are?
Thank you very much. Angibonge nje one uBaba Mapoloba and his team to invite me in such an important seminar. When I was sitting down listening to him, I just felt I'm in the right place to listen. Football people can talk for a number of reasons. I was saying on the very same topic that when you look at former captains of other codes and where they are right now and compare them with football, you will be shocked at the state of footballers, of what is happening with their lives when they've been at the pinnacle of a very beautiful game. For whatever reason, football, I don't know why was it chosen to belong to the poor, and people become poor even after they've retired. The panel that is sitting in front here, Mark, I will touch here and there. We had we tried to have a partnership with Mark, UKZN and Golden Arrows. Players that are playing at Golden Arrows, they must go and study so that after football, which takes 10 years if you are lucky, have something to live on. The struggle that we had, it's 3 years old now, but not a single player from our team has joined that. And I asked one of the graduates in the team, what is the challenge in everybody not wanting to be part of such a good process? They said criminals are more richer than graduates. If you become a graduate, there's no guarantee currently in our country that if you are a graduate, you'll have a job. Other than that, the celebrities and people that are at the top and with money are the people that did not go to school. Topic for another day. It's very challenging to work for a team of football and be a coach because you must have a lot of skills, understanding the players that you work with. Football does not, for whatever reason, have players that have gone to school. maybe we still have to wait for a group of players that have gone to school and studied. And it becomes very difficult at a certain point. One, even understanding the elements of coaching. Because factors of performance, like Lona was talking about, it's not enough to have the skill, the talent. You need to understand its technique, its tactics, its conditioning. We have that, but then when it goes to lifestyle, that an athlete must sleep 8 hours so that he can perform at the best. I was happy that I know that you are an athlete. The discipline that goes through that. I wake up at 4 o'clock every day. I'm an old man. I'm no longer doing it for the job. I'm doing it for the health. But I've done that since 2000. 4 o'clock you wake up, you are in the gym when it opens, when it was still health and record. But our players don't understand it. And when money comes in, for a person that has never seen money, Dr. Malinga said, "Akulaleki ma unemali." I know it for a fact that these players, he has never had money. He is the breadwinner at home. All of a sudden, you give him 100,000, and all of a sudden, the life changes. I've seen it happening in 2009, 2010. We won the MTN 8. There was only 2 cars that were parked in the car. In the car park in training. After that, the life changes. Then the cars were parked, but the football performance declined, which just indicated that the lifestyle changed. They don't understand that what gave you what you are right now, you need to sustain. We do it the opposite. The more we have in terms of the money, which Lona comes into fore with that one, maybe the school level needs to come in so that the players can be able to manage the money, because money is there, but the problem is how to manage it when you still have. And you must understand it's only 10 years. Whether you get 100,000, but it's only for that period while you are still playing. After that, you still have to go back to the society where you won't have the money. So it's a lot of topics. Thank you.
I'm just sitting thinking out loud, Uguti, as you're saying that a lot of the players, they didn't go to school and completed degrees and so on. Without taking away the fact that one may not go to school, but one can be very aware of what responsibility is and what accountability is. But I just want to go back to saying, Guti, when we do scout and we look for the players, in the past, and maybe not so much here in the country, but other people do it, that they will make sure that while you are at school level, you make sure that that particular candidate, they have got, one of the prerequisites is that they deliver when it comes to their academic results, for them to be able to still continue play rugby, football. And where did we go wrong? Why are we not sticking to that? Because then I'm just thinking out loud, that actually takes away that problem, because now now you're talking to a person who has gone to school, who understands the reason why they're doing what they're doing. I always use the hashtag, remember your why. And how many of the players could say, I remember my why. I remember why I'm in this team. And why me? Yes, it's a team, but why me as an individual? I'm here. We are using football just as an example, but we are talking all sporting codes. Lona, you're working with a lot of these young up-and-coming sportsmen and women. Are we ensuring that they understand how important it is to be accountable and be responsible? And I'm not going to try and use education, but those two, when you have those two and you understand your why, it kind of keeps you sane.
Well, I think thank you, Sis Pindi, Sabona Putmantli. There is a very interesting topic that the city or PRC had earlier on, where there was a lot of discussions around the peer pressure, where the whole panel was young girls and young boys speaking their hearts out. When I listened to that interaction, I was very proud of the things that they were saying, because they were answering what you are saying, that they know why they have done the things and they know the societal demands. When it comes to the sporting industry, whether it's football or cricket, there's always that societal demand. There's always that black tax that comes in. You understand? But those things are things that can be rooted out if collectively we want to root them out. Because remember that the city is striving for excellence in sport. So in order for them, or in order for the city to excel, it will excel by the number of athletes that we have with Golden Arrows, because I mean, we must compliment Arrows. If you look Golden Arrows, there's Bia, there's Lada, there's Banban. So well done, coach. But what I'm getting at is that it goes back again to what Ubab Matsingwana was actually saying. What is the role that the schools can play, the teachers can play, in order to instill back the issues that are speaking to sports discipline? Because there is no athlete, whether at international level or African level or any other level, that will come to you and say, no, I made it. I used to be in Florida Road all night, but I made it. Here I am, I'm playing to the World Cup. But on the other side, it also goes back to also the issues of capacity building. Do the coaches that we have understand the extent of the impacts of the exposure of athletes? Do the umpires understand the impact of whatever that they say to the athletes? Do they know the roles and the responsibilities that they have to play? But then, in most instances, you will find that they don't think beyond. I think then that calls for a collective approach, be it's from schools, it's from KZN DSR, it's from the city, but in particular, the business sector. I'll keep on going back to it, because it's very good for Audi to get players or clients from Golden Arrows. But in return, what can Audi do for the development structures that Golden Arrows has? Now, Golden Arrows has got under 13, under 15, under 17, and up to the multi-choice. But the players that are buying the OD are the players that are in the first team. Now, what the responsibility perhaps then lies to all the entities that, okay, if we enter into this partnership of buying these motor cars, what investment can you give back to the communities or back to the development structures in order for them to understand that this car, Coach Mandla is driving Audi because he won MTN 80 on that and that. So in order for you to get into this car, you need to be disciplined throughout the process. So it then becomes an interactive and collective approach that needs to be taken by all sectors in order for the black child not to actually all the time be seen as a person that like we can't behave, because it's a syndrome that is actually sitting within us, like what Coach was saying, what Malia's choke. It chokes like so it goes back to an athlete discipline, the lifestyle, and a holistic total management of an athlete.
Now, yes, Mark?
Thank you. I think one of the things that we lack, especially the federations, is working on best practices. Our World Cup Springbok try scorer, Magazole Mapimpi, was given an M8 by BMW to drive for the year for free. It's not his, but he got to drive a very expensive car for free. Now, I think what needs to happen is we need to look at how can we take that model and bring it to Golden Arrows, bring it to Amazulu, bring it to the Dolphins, so that players run away from wanting to go buy that car cash or going to debt, but instead have these car dealerships
saying, we will give you a vehicle to drive for the year as long as we're going to write on it that so-and-so is driven by this car dealership. So we need to look at the best practices. We need to start looking at the academy systems within the federations, within the professional setups. Coach is quite right in saying we've tried that relationship. But professional players, when they see an agent who says, I'll get you a contract where you will get paid 50,000 rands a month, and I come and I say, I'll give you a scholarship to study for free, whatever you want, the player will think, okay, I might not get this 50,000 rand a month opportunity again, so let me take that. They get injured down the line, and now they think, maybe I should have taken this one. Now, what we're trying to do as UKZN, for example, is to say, Coach Mandla has got his elite athletes. He's got his second team. Then he's got his other players that they're saying, okay, these ones will take maybe 3-4 years to really get to the first team. We're saying, give us those players. Let them come play at the institution, and we will give them education. By the time you need them, they'll walk out with a degree. When they in future get injured or their careers come to an end, a person can have something to fall back on. It's quite sad when you look at our sport environment, and unfortunately you have to sometimes look at it with the lens of color and say, rugby, you look at rugby players, there's doctors being produced that are playing for professional rugby teams. But in football, as coach has said, it's all about the money. We need to change that mindset.
It's the mindset
we
that
need to
needs
really
to
change
isn't it? But also, I think even when those players are there, yes, we spoke about the importance of education and all of those things. But when those players are there, how are we engaging them and ensuring that they see the light? Because honestly, I'm just, and Coach Mandla, you know, you're probably sitting there and you're thinking, hey, Anas, you know? Because you are seeing this on a daily basis. But it's something that we need to break through to ensure that this does not go on and on. It has been going on. And again, I will say that we are talking football, but it's across the board where you find even with athletes, you know, athletics, when you look at athletics, you get somebody who has won comrades many, many years ago, and they just never were able to see how they were able to see that these legs are not going to run even when I'm 60, you know. At some point, they are going to fail me, and there's nothing I can do. It's not like I can go to a shop and purchase a new pair of legs and then continue to win the race. So we need to get them to that point where they are seeing things that way, because for me and probably other people in the room, they can see, Gucci, how is it that I can see it's clear, but the players themselves don't see it? We need these interventions because they are sabotaging their own careers. And good and well, we're talking about them not buying the vehicles, getting the vehicles sponsored. But that as well comes with a responsibility. No dealership will give you a vehicle for free and say drive it for a year, knowing very well that you are a reckless person, you are irresponsible. They take pride in where that vehicle is parked, for instance. If this vehicle half the time is found in shipping, forget it, it's not gonna happen. You know, and you need to understand that they've given me a vehicle worth R1 million or even more. What is it that I'm doing to reciprocate? So how are we going to move forward? And Baba, I know that you know, as kids are going to school and you're training them at that level, you're skilling them, where are we going? Where do they lose it? Because clearly, something goes wrong. We've been talking about this from Jabu Pule days, even before maybe. And here we are today. We are still having the same conversation.
Maybe Pindi, we need lots of partnerships. The problem is too complex. And as coaches at the professional level, you don't have too much time. You are here today, you might be fired tomorrow. But maybe as a person from this city, it's my responsibility to help the players. Stealing from Steve Kompela, he said there's visible success and invisible success as a coach. And visible success is winning trophies. As a coach, you are expected to be number 1, number 2, coach of the month and all that. But what people miss is your ability to assist these players to be better citizens for their families and for the country. When a CBC, who is a graduate in our team, he doesn't have a car, but he has revamped his home, you need to highlight that as a coach. Find there that CBC and highlight it with other players. In the process, in the 15 minutes of a pre-match training, address that listen, we really appreciate that CBC, you are looking after your family and we have managed to rebuild your house to this position so that it becomes a lesson to others. And you also give an example to others that cars are not the thing. I don't know who said as a footballer, because I don't know how many graves are here from footballers where they've been driving at the wee hours of the night and they are not sober. For whatever reason, just as a coach and maybe me coming from here and my background as a person that did not become a coach, a lot of struggle, like you said. Maybe I was the longest serving assistant coach that existed. If there was an award for that, I should have that one. I claim that one. But you also assist the players that, listen, my struggles, learn from them. I just did not sit here by chance. I worked hard to get here, and this is what I've gone through. And my rural background also teaches me that I understand any kind of player that sits in front of us. But again, we must be careful when you deal with these players, because most of them ran away from school. That fact we cannot hide. Don't bring the school back into the ground, because it's a hiding place. They went into the ground where they thought they will celebrate. Try and find a way to infuse the school without chasing them away from the ground, because that's where you won't get the results. When they don't want the school, don't move to a level that you get fired too quickly. But you are a good coach, but you brought the university or the school that they did not want in a way that was not acceptable to them.
Right. I think here I will, and wherever he is, I'm hoping that we have a roving mic and we can take the mic to him, because I really believe in hearing the news from the person who's been there. All of us are here, we can talk. I've never played football in my life. In fact, the only thing I do is run. And even when I ran well when I did my comrades. I was gonna win it, but I just thought any chance. But anyway, I believe we have brilliant Kuzwayo here. So if you have a roving mic and you can spot him, please can you just go to him? Because that's the person that I'm going to so you can't now. So can you give him the mic, because we're busy talking about the players, and I think we need to get it from him. Because at some point, and here's how as I was preparing for this, and I thought, I'm trying to understand, why are players not getting it? We had a Jabu Pule, we have a Majens, we have all these people, that you see, this is how their lives ended. And then on the other hand, we have you, we have Benny McCarthy, we have Lucas Radebe, we have, so it's your choice really. It's 2 roads. And you choose which way are you gonna go. And brilliant, how did you become such a brilliant person at the end of it all? And also be able to do what most people fail to do, and not only in football, but across all careers, to say, when you feel that It's time to hang your boots, to hang your microphone, to hang whatever. I need to go, I need to do something different. How did you get it right? When did the penny drop? Or maybe it has been there all the time. You saw it a long time ago.
Sanibonani Ndlini. Just to answer the first question, the last question that you asked, how did I get it right? No, I haven't got it right. I'm still in the process of getting it right because life is a journey. Then the sukuyenza manje, you would always want to improve and improve and improve. And if you're a very respectful person, the pillars that are next to you would always find a way to help you because they can see that you have a great potential to be a better human being, even though but that doesn't mean that life ends there. But coming back to izinto ezenzeka, more especially kuthina lezi edlala ibhola, I still call myself a footballer because I still believe that in some days I would come back in the football world. Ukukhula kwabantu bebhola kahle kahle nje. Siqhamuke emalokishini. Things are not right emalokishini. Akukho right. I don't want to even use the F word, but things are not right emalokishini. And I think one of the people are really failing amalokishi in terms of leadership, in terms of infrastructure. Because if we emlazi njengamanje find ka early ground lubu, that is where you find abadlali top athletes. Abo Thembazwane badlala obhuqwini. But if you find the abantu rugby or cricket, ama fields akhona are totally good. In schools you find ama rugby field, they are totally good, well looked after. But us here in football, it's very, very difficult. If we are Gamashu, the only good field, right corner, it's only Princess Makoko. The rest, so how can you wish you into an esangane ikule the best football and its ability in that field? That is not right also, and it's something that needs to change. You see, infrastructure, also its development. Yeah, at the age of 6, 7, 8, you start developing this boy or this girl to be a better human being, not just to Glalipola, because with Glalipola for 2 hours, what do you become afterwards? You become a citizen, less sitting out to be a better citizen. I've seen a lot of people. I left the EThekwini at the 2005 when I was 15 years old because I saw its success getting faster, not at EThekwini. Why was that? Faster EThekwini? Because things were running very slow. Things in terms of development, because I was a goalkeeper. I was ranked one of the most potential goalkeepers in 2005. But I saw in terms of development, I cannot get it at EThekwini. I cannot get it at goal. Why is there to go to goal? They have proper development. Some of my development are not properly. They can't take care of things. I know a lot of players. Abanye Oshus Kumede, the captain of Amazulu, we stayed na Elokunjane goal. Sitlale Park Station, still the sinkwa, no banana, na mans, because it's funa nugutini, sibe right. Those are the things that footballers, they don't talk about. The only thing that people really talk about in terms of footballers is the failed ones. And how many in the percentage, Yama footballers that have failed actually, we can count them. It's only maybe 1%. What about the rest of them? Only newspapers, they write wrong things about footballers. Never for one to find a newspaper writing wrong things about cricket players, about the rugby players. The only time you'd hear, umunde to tengi paper, ukuzwa kutusha isenge moto. Doesn't do not that I'm trying to defend Lababetu ball, but these boys baning abanye that have failed in football. Abasema lokshin, bayatyago, but lama drugs. Angidlula kubona. Githi bafethu, iyeke endlini, asambenza le ground at least sivocavoca gym. They are hurting inside. Ngifike kamasho. Still the same thing engangidlala nabo kuma development eGoli. They are nowhere to be found. How can we really make a program these kids, if you didn't make it in football, find the structure that would make you help you. Ube right no munga seko udlale because but the drugs, baphuza utshwala. I see them but hey when you say right wenza ngani? But no, it's not about ukuthi wena uyayihlonipha noma uyihloniphi yini. So it's something that really needs to change from infrastructure, from ama development. There's no development structure saying from under 8 from Umlas. There's no development structure amount ama academies. But you go up at the age of 10, you find a development on all these schools. Why can't we have a development from Umlas, Kwamashu, KK, Elokema hostel? We don't find those things in football. Yet we want so much from these kids at an early age when they get to the elite side. Because when they get to the elite side, yet I've got a huge talent. And in Gagasi, no good right. When I get into the professional level, a coach can attest to that. They can't even show Guti Minangila Isalati. Omunye excellent vuga ngegwini. Ngiyo gym ngizofela khona. Because I proper eating plan agayazi. Ngikhule ngamagwinya mina emlazi. Bengazi bengihambe ekseni ngidla amagwinya. Ntambama ngiyabuya sengidlala eswini lamagame eswinile. Mhlambe u5000 siyohlukaniselana sekuphelile. Those are the social ills that we need to challenge as the sport fraternity, as the fourth KZN Lokunjani Federation. Those are the social ills that need to be challenged because I don't think we are actually going to amatumba lento because these kids are suffering. Not sigancane. Some are doing drugs. Some, but the only pain that I can susa yonke lending ngondonyam. Let me get drunk. Let me after training because angdal. Let me get drunk. Ukufundiswa kwakho akukho. Because labanye sithi bona kumele basisize. They are not mostly abakwazi ukusisiza. The only time that is sikhuluma about the footballer. What is it? Do we speak about khona brilliant kuphela? But there are others who are doing really great. Spiro Shabala said that let's not focus on this 1%. Let's celebrate this 99% because that 99% is the one that came out AFCON 1996. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. 1996 sabakhumbula abadlali bakhona. Namhlanje sabakhumbula. Asiqhubeke because abantu abamnyama they are powerful in sports. We can direct anything in sports. And lesi sports esinaso is very powerful. Ngiyabonga.
Wow, a lot of passion there. You mentioned something in your response. Media is what you mentioned. Because I think, as we say that sports is something that unites the country, a society, a community, whatever you want to call it, but it's that one thing that brings us together. Media plays a huge role, and I want to talk about media because I do play a role in that space, and I don't know if we have any media people, because I think there needs to be some form of responsibility that media needs to take. Brilliant mentioned something that really touched my heart, that often when you hear about a player, which I say, maybe nobody was injured. But some journalist feels the need, that has to be in the paper. Maybe, yes, he had gone over the limit of alcohol, but somehow the journalist, I don't know what the motive is, feels that it needs to go to into the paper, into the publication. Does it happen with the other sporting codes, whether it's a rugby player, cricket player, swimmer, whatever, whoever it is, that it goes into the paper? We need to look into that to say that, are we really bringing people down as the media? Added to that is when it even comes to the media engaging with sportsmen and women, and again I'll make an example with African sportsmen and women. We are not celebrating them and affording them the opportunity to articulate themselves the best way they know how. And I'll explain what I mean by that. That if I made this example earlier on when I was talking to somebody, a David Kadebe or a Gift Keleche has just crossed the finish line of Comrades, and he came first. Man has just ran 90 kilometers. He won that race. That's his day. It's his moment. He is a champion. And I then approach as Pindi and I start interviewing him in English. Why is that? We need to start thinking and we need to start being deliberate about what we do. As media people, we need to take that responsibility. It makes no sense that I interview the man in English when I know that his vocabulary is limited. And I know very well that I can speak Sepedi. What is stopping me from interviewing him in Sepedi so that he can enjoy his moment? Baba Macengwane earlier on, he said that he talks to the children in English, but there are times when esechaza ezinye izinto he has ukuthi ajule ngapha kumageba, because there is no other way in which we can explain these things. So I'm making this example because I want us to start being mindful about how we engage with players. If a player feels they need to speak isiZulu, isiPedi, Chivenda, whatever, we need to give them that, because what we need to know and understand, fact, a French player will be interviewed in English, but he will respond in French. And we need to make sure that we give our athletes, we give our sportsmen and women that right, because it is their right. So when we're talking about the skills and upskilling them, we are not talking about no. It's really about making sure that you are taking this, that which you do, serious. And when a Robert Marawa calls you, tell him ukuthi ngizokhuluma isiZulu. And ngiyazi ukuthi uMadlo Phuthu uyasazi isiZulu, masiye. Yeah? So it's things that I think as also executive coaches and just the team, the executive team, we need to make sure that we make players to feel ukuthi they can do this. Because often it's more like they don't think that they can do these things. They feel like fanele ngikhulume isiNgisi. And that's where society judges them on that. And that's not what they are there for. Theirs is they are excelling in the field. And if you have to say anything negative, judge me on what I do on the field, not my English. So we need to be responsible as the media, take that responsibility. I believe that we have a representative, cricket. Crystal is here. Crystal, just a wave. Okay, Crystal is here. We will engage you. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's talk about sponsorship, because that's one of the things that I mentioned, which we need to talk about them. It is important, it is needed. We need corporate to start playing a big part in sports. But Macengwane, how has the journey been in terms of engaging in the corporate sector, making sure that they are working with you in achieving the set of goals and things that you need to achieve to make sure Gucci, we produce sportsmen and women who are able to perform, and also they have the facilities to perform. As Brilliant was mentioning, we need to be able to make sure ama field malokishini are just as good as we have in other places in the suburbs. Is the corporate sector coming along? Are they playing ball, or has it been a challenge?
Pindi, that's a very sad state in terms of the corporate world coming to the fore. And it's really surprising because, number one, for the corporate world to sponsor sports or do any sponsorship, any social responsibility, they get a rebate from SARS. So it looks like most of our companies, they prefer to take money to SARS than to take it to sports. I say they prefer because most of them, they are learned people. They've got top accountants. But not to say that SARS does not need money. SARS needs money. But when the money gets to SARS, there's no color that it came from Tamanchun. It's the same. But you plow it into a club or a sports federation, then there's a trace that you did this for the community. But be as it may, ourselves in sports, sometimes we are our worst enemies as far as not obtaining sponsorship. Because it's easier to get sponsorship, but it's difficult to keep it. One area, Pindi, that we need to improve on is governance. Because we get money and we fail to account for it. So if in our federations and clubs, we don't invest on governance, improving the governance, the problem is that good governance is not visible to the public. So then we rush to do what is visible to the public. We run programs, but we don't teach ourselves how to keep records of what we did for the projects. Get me correctly. I'm not saying that there's a misappropriation of funds, but it's proper governance. Sometimes you may be accused as if you misappropriated funds simply because you are unable to report in terms of accounting procedures. So that is important. We need to invest, and I will challenge the city to invest in that one, to invest in governance. You get your governance right, you might not need the city to subsidize you, because you can appeal now and be in a favorable position to stand for your own by going to the private sector. Because it all involves many things. Going to the private sector, you produce a sound business plan. We have seen, I'll make an example that is not on sponsorship. Sometimes we run KZN Sports Awards. There you have a top athlete. I don't want to mention them by names because it would be like shaming a particular federation. But you might find that there's a top athlete, well respected not only in KZN, but in the whole country, if not international. But the federation, when they motivate for that athlete, would write only 2 lines. And maybe they think that, no, the adjudicators, they know him or they know her. So those are the governance issues, and you lose, that athlete may lose a position. And an inferior athlete can win because somebody was good to write a motivation. So those are the things of governance that ourselves we are running short of, and then maybe we sometimes unfairly criticize the private sector for not coming to the fore, because we are failing to present our case. And that's why at the end of the day, maybe they might prefer to take it to SARS than give it to us. So, Pindi, it's a combination of the factors. And we must know there are people like Lorna. We need such people to make our sporting fraternity, whether clubs or federations, to be an appealing brand. Nobody would like to put his money and doesn't get mileage out of it. But we are not a viable brand, and that's why you'll find that some of the viable brands, they will take even 10 sponsors on board. And there's one entity that has got nothing at all, because everybody needs mileage. So it's different when we say we are looking for what? Donations. So if we want to beg, people don't want a person who begs. Companies want a person who sells his brand to them, and they are ready to buy it. Thank you.
Wow. So our ROI at the moment is not convincing. And this goes back to saying that gone are the days where you're going to present a document that you presented to the same sponsor 5 years ago and say, here's what we can give you. It needs to be revisited. Lorna, you would know about this. And also when it comes to personal branding of the athletes, because that's where we fail our athletes, to say, what are we doing to make sure that we profile our athletes and we channel their career in such a way that they'll be able to sustain themselves. Lorna, in terms of profiling athletes, where are we? Because this is what you do on a daily basis.
Thank you, Sis Pindi. I think Bob Macingwane said a mouthful when it comes to sponsorship. But I just want to go back to my time when I was with the city. Just a small example. We had a meeting with the head, and I think some of my colleagues will remember that he used to wipe his cell phone a lot. And then in one of the meetings, he said, when you have a cell phone, you have the world in your hands. I listened to his statement. I didn't understand it then. But today I understand it when it comes to branding, because we have an elephant in the room, which is called the social media, which also goes back to a lot of things that Coach Mandla spoke about, no brilliant. Uguti, the way how the sponsorship space works is like whatever that you do on your social space, it's got repercussions at a later stage. Now, how many of our development structures understands the impact of the use of the social media and the impact that social media can have on their own federations as well as their own clubs? Now, why I'm making an example with Mapoloba back then, it's because how it is being used, the social media, it has a huge potential to close the gaps of sponsorship. Like Ubaba was saying, Uguti, every company, they need the return on the investment that they have made. Now the world has moved so fast into the digital space that they might not be looking now for perimeter boards. They are looking for how you can influence the social space in order for their brand to actually live within that space. Now, when it comes to personal branding, a lot of athletes, they need to understand that the salaries that they get from their clubs are actually just a drop in the ocean on the money that they can make out there if they brand themselves well. Now, what am I saying? When they get into these contracts, they need to understand, like I'll make a typical example with Uzinhle Ndawonde. When we started to work with her, she couldn't understand how she would use her space and her social media to attract the brands to come into her personal space. But today we can proudly say that she is an official athlete for Adidas, which is one of the excellence points that the city should be proud of, and all that. But coming back to your point, personal branding is actually about who you are. What do you want the world to know you about? How do you articulate yourself? Because you take the very same personal branding that you have and then you move it into your business. The city has invested so much on the digital space. Now, that space is not necessarily created for ukuphila kwe-unity kababa Mapoloba. Is actually created for small businesses to actually come and say to the city, listen, can you retweet this for me? Can you post this for me? Because I'm actually looking for sponsorship and all that. Amashaks, they've recently launched a business space. Now, how do we then move into that business space? Because they have free Wi-Fi, they have capacity building, they have so many things that they offer on that space. But for the other people, like Brilliant was saying, how do we then move the traffic into that space in order so that abantu bazokwazi ukuyicapacitate bona and understand more and be able to write those sponsorships and those business proposals. But to cut it short, when I say spend this, it's about what do you want people to know you about? Because a lot of teams, whether it's football, cricket, or netball, they have the world within themselves in their cell phones. I mean, you will find a coach not speaking about the team, but speaking about him. But we want to know about the team that he is coaching, but is not using that space excellently. And how much can perhaps the city invest more on the development spaces where people need to understand what is it that the sponsors are looking for in your business proposal? Because abafuna ukuthi bachazele isitori esiningi. They want to understand what if we give you this, what are you actually going to give back to us? And there are many spaces where people can actually sell themselves for a sponsorship, but ihambisana nemgomo nembandela. And no corporate sector would want to associate themselves either with somebody who's going to dent their brand. The brand image gets to be so important to them that if they're going to give you a sponsorship, they then take a huge analysis of what you have been doing before. Now, let me make a typical example, Akwel. You find that a team will say, one of the team members can just say, ayabheda la manzi akwa Akwel. They say it on Twitter. The team goes to Akwel. They ask for sponsorship. Now, can you see how much that damage has already been done? The very same person that is looking for sponsorship from Akwele, but one of the members of the community or of the club has already said something bad about Akwele. So the teams at development level, I appeal to them to actually guard against how they use the social media space, because the social media space has got a capacity and a potential to give them what they are looking for, but with rules and regulations, of course, that will be involved. But the world is within the digital space. The city has opened a huge avenues within how you can actually get into that space. I mean, the libraries. And one of the highest economic indicators that the corporate sectors is looking for investment is sports. That it's one, I remember Gutubab Mapolo, I think a day before yesterday, he mentioned how much literature or arts and culture plays a role within the economical indicators of the whole country. But sport is the first stop that any corporate will go to because it's got the masses. Yeah. You understand? But now is the sport branding itself into a space that actually says that we are ready for you to come from the development space perspective.
Right. I think I'm going to open the floor, but I'm just going to take in a few comments before we wrap up. But before we do that, I know that Jacinta and Mapoloba touched on this earlier on, but I think there's a need for us to just briefly talk about it because it has been a challenging period just before COVID. Now, life is completely different. Sports has been hugely affected by COVID, but we have got to find ways of still doing what we've been doing because those sportsmen and men, it's bread and butter for them, hey? And we can't just say it is what it is and that's it. Fortunately, we have been able to have games, things are starting to be the new normal because it's not normal. Moving forward, Babu Maqingwana, I just want to engage you here. Guti, how are we going to move forward? Where is sports going post, it's not even post, during COVID because it's here with us. Is it going away? None of us know. So we need to be able to move forward alongside COVID. How are we doing that? How are we managing that?
Pindi, COVID has devastated families, nations, including South Africa. So it's not a nice thing to have. But what is important is that in any misfortune or challenging situation, we must have a way out, as we are talking. It doesn't necessarily mean that sports should come to a standstill, as it did. But it was correct to come to a standstill at that time because we were unprepared for the COVID. Now we are prepared. Everybody knows the correct protocols. Maybe to say everybody practices it then, that's another story. But everybody knows it. In sport now, we decided to learn certain lessons out of the COVID and were able to continue with sports and discover new things. For instance, I'll make an example with the Confederation. As an executive, if we are going to have a meeting, the total cost for the meeting is around 25,000. That is including accommodation for a few and traveling. But because of COVID-19, we learned that we can do meetings virtually. And even if you provide data to the members, it doesn't exceed 3,000 rand. So that is a lesson that we will take with us even beyond COVID. We have learned that it can work. Secondly, some federations also became inventive out of that. They were able to stage events virtually. You talk of Comrades, it was done virtual, though it was not Comrades at that time. It was a special race, but organized by Comrades Association. Netball, KZN Netball, also engaged on an event virtually, to an extent that they even held the awards for the winners of that virtually. Chess in KZN, and they have pioneered this for South Africa, and South African other provinces have joined. That chess is now played virtually. So that means that every federation should become inventive one may say football is different, Mandla. But sikhule sidlala lapha emathirong sishaya siyithi. That thing can be transferred and modified to be something that can be used virtually. So at the end of the day, we do also need to come physical. I could see today a good spirit amongst the officials that we call for a meeting or a workshop, about 70 of them. We met them virtually, but the excitement was not the same as they met physically today. So it doesn't necessarily mean that because now we have got ways of dealing with, continuing with events virtually, that there's no need of coming together. Golden Arrows and other professional clubs, they are frustrated that they are playing without spectators. Not only on the financial side, but also on the moral side. So you can play Golden Arrows at Shukarai Kulu and play against Black Leopards. Black Leopards will not feel that they are playing away, because the 12th member of the team is not there, which is the spectators. So the ground becomes even, and sports was not meant to have the ground even if I'm playing at my backyard. But in winding up on my comments, we need to be responsible and understand that COVID is there and we are going to live with it. We have just trained in the last 2 months about 60 and 30, about 90 COVID-19 compliance officers that we will be deploying into major events, unannounced. Maybe they are here to see if the metro, in holding this, is it compliant with COVID-19? So they will come unannounced. But we still have to train more because the province is wide and the activities are wide. So we need to continue doing with those mini bubbles that are there, but we need to assist. It's not to inspect per se, but it's to also assist about the correct protocols. Because you go to the rural areas, they may try their best, but their best might not be good enough to protect our players, our officials. But those guys that we are training, they will be going there and assist so that sports is not considered to be a high-risk gathering.
Thank you so much. I think you've wrapped it up nicely. But the one point where I disagree, I think, Arrows, you must consider yourself blessed. Not having huge fans like Pirates and Chiefs, where they, you know, now, look at where you are, look at where they are. Yeah? So it's a win-win thing, Lentole, Mandla. So, ungathini sokwelile. Right, having, you know, those fans, no, bakhona ukuthi abazwa nomsindo. Ne? Abazwa nomsindo. All right, with that, I think we are just about to wrap up. But if there's any comments from the floor, I'm just going to take a few comments so that we can wrap up and I can hand over to Jacinta. Are there any comments? I don't see any hand. Show of hands. I see your hand is up, Crystal. I see another hand, gentleman with a blue shirt. And those are the two I'm going to take. And while you get the mic, It's a comment. I am very careful in my choice of words because we aren't here to vent. Sizocazulula inkinga and see if we can find ways of moving forward. So I'll start with you, Crystal, who is representing cricket. Can't see you properly, but I can. Yeah, I can. Your comment, please.
Okay, sorry. Good evening, everyone. So yeah, my name is Crystal Rangia from the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. So I firstly want to say thank you to all the parties that have put this event together. I think these are very important conversations, and it is great to have everyone who's so passionate about sport working towards growing sport. And in saying that, I feel that we're actually missing a low-hanging fruit in KZN because we have just had a phenomenal season from the Dolphins where we were qualified for 3 finals, won 2 trophies. The Sharks were Currie Cup finalists. Arrows and Amazulu are in the top 3 of the PSL. But only people who follow these sports codes are aware of this. And I feel like PRC and all the bodies who can help should make a bigger noise of this so that KZN can be proud to be KZN. And it's not just for these big codes, but it creates a doorway for all sporting codes to get in the hearts of communities and to excite, energize, and inspire youngsters to get involved in sport. And the reason why I think it's important is because if we look at what happened to South Africa as a country after the Springboks won the World Cup, everyone was so happy and so proud to be South Africans, were so friendly to each other. I mean, you know the country's in a good spot when taxi drivers don't cut you off in traffic, but give you space in traffic. So I feel like for KZN, there's a lot that has to be done, and as a sports administrator, I know that strategies in place need time to manifest, but I think this is an easy win. We just have to make a loud noise that it is a good time to be KZN. We're creating winners, and it's sports that can inspire, that can unite, can excite, and really make KZN proud to be KZN, and that will be a starting point to growing sports.
Thank you, Crystal. In short, Mapolo, stingy pass, little vulege pezuli, albon. To fage social distance, so we're going to do 3 of them. Zilande Lana. And we have the Dolphins, the Sharks, and everybody, Amazulu, basically. But I'm joking. I think also we need to be we need to be aware that we also, as individuals in our personal space, power of social media. If we are proudly KZN, we are proudly Durbanites, we need to also make noise about it, because you can imagine if it's coming from all these individuals and we are raving about how well our city is performing, that also will have an impact. So often we look in other places for solutions, but we sit with a solution. So if all of us in this room can rave about that one fact, that look at KZ and look at how well our teams are performing, from rugby to football to end, that will have a huge impact, you know. So a challenge to all. A gentleman in a blue shirt, I think you have a mic already.
Sawubona madam unjani? Siyabonga usibusiso kaDlamini indoda ye-blue shirt. One ngithanda ukubingelela endlini, ngibingelele ubaba Mapholobo okuyena umphathi omkhulu lapha na PRC. Usibusiso kaDlamini uphuma ka-EThekwini Sport Confederation anda ubaba Macingwane lapha. I think ipaneli izinto eseyizakwazi ukuyiveza, especially when we're talking about the development of sport, especially for EThekwini. I think municipality udlala irole enkulu. Looking at khona into akayibala uMapholobo, especially for administrators. That is another part mhlambe ekingabhekeki kakhulu. When you're looking at unabo inabantu abaproper, who do administration, when it's come to what level, ukhuphuke njalo. You'll find that regional we are covered, provincial we are covered, even mhlambe na national. But everything mhlambe sometimes iqala la EThekwini. As we sikhuluma ngama-ward committees or administrator, ngoba ethu bamacingwane mhlambe bamapolo give us 5 years. I think 5 years we'll see one what we done with our administrator. We go for our coach, or we go for our marketing official. I think our athletes, they will find a base as proper when you're talking about it development. Because abantu abazobe bebalid, abantu abazobe ne capacity ezokwazi ukuthi ibathathe from development ibabeke ku professional level. Okunye ke mhlambe ke esikubona kukuhle, I think with the panel obabamandla laphayana ukuthi one day understand mhlambe ama environment esiqhamuka kuwona. One even nama athletes. Iwari yami when you're talking about even nama systems of education, that is another part mhlambe sashayo ukuthi isystem yethu ayikwazi ukufitha especially kuma athletes ethu. You'll find ukuthi ikhuluma mhlambe ukuthi ingane izongena ekseni iphume ngo4, after that akusabonakala ukuthi izokwenza njani. But ububuka lenye race ingane izobhekeka ipotential yayo bisinikezwe esinye skill when it's come to education. So that is another part ukuthi let's looking at ama systems esiwasebenzisayo when it's come to education. Even nabantu laba basuke benabo lama athletes, they need to have a system of saying singakwazi ukuba educator kanjani, so that end of the day will not complain ukuthi so and so is not doing well. So ezinye izinto mhlambe lezo say let's look forward ukuthi sizingazilungisa kanjani, especially for ama clubs zethu, even mhlambe ke no maintain khona ke lento ekuthiwa as iKZN we are doing well currently. Ithi into let's looking at after 2 years or 3 years isazokwazi ukwenzeka leyo. Mhlambe I think coach omandla they will have a plan of saying how can we keep this performance. How do you keep the good performance? One is looking at your proper development, even the technical team up. So there's ezinye izinto mhlambe we are looking at ukuthi zikwazi ukwenzeka. And mhlambe ke government wethu bamapolo ukuthi let's pop more money when it's come kuma development. And ama result obamandla bazositshengisa mhlambe after 5 years. But we need more money and mhlambe even nendlela esifuna ukooperate ngayo singenzi. Even ubuya e-Europe, they will not have ibhuku elikhulu where you say they will go around fanele sayinwe. They say for sport nifuna malini, they will give you 1 million. You can go anywhere. They will not even ask ukuthi izohamba kanjani. Another part mhlambe bamapolo ukuthi we have abantu abadila ne-sport abavolunteer ukuthi ngiyazi unane component ezimbali and say awuze ngala uzububambe mhlambe ngokwezimbali as athlete ekuhambeni esikhathi ke uzobusukwazi ukuthi ube full time ngendlela kuyo nalawo ama job opportunities akwazi ukuthi abengceke. And last one bese kuba i-part of business. I think municipality if engenza sure ukuthi as abantu be-sport kunezinto eziprocoayo when it's come to sport, ama-attire, all that stuff ziya kubantu ababodwa. As thina abantu be-sport mhlambe bengakhona ukuthi i-environments create that part of saying as abantu be-sport nakho ama-manufacture you need to start so that into yeni izokwazi ukukhula. If unikhanda amajezi noma amabhola, give us that part ukuthi nizokwenza kanjani, kungabe ukuthi sikhipha imali as ugovernment iyonikezwa abafowethu laba esingabazi uthola ukuthi nathi thina esidila nalezinto asikwazi ukuthuthukisa. Mhlambe if now government wethu we can meet together and say let's start this thing of business of say business in sport. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Okay, same table. It's going to be it's the last comment. We have to wrap up.
Thank you. Mhlambe ngibingelele i-panel and a special thank to Usbu ong invitile Amcelani from Kanyagude. In fact, I was touched by some of the comments, like the comment from Brilliant Kuzwayo. And then, ngase ngicabanga nje ukuthi this is a good thing, eyenzeke eThekwini, but maybe if we can echo the good thing that is happening to the whole of the province. Because seriously, singathi thina, we want to go forward, but uthola ukuthi as iTheku is doing it, but the 10 other districts is letting iTheku down, because thina sihlalele nje lapho sihlalele khona, we don't know and don't care ukuthi what is happening. How much are you trying ukuthi iy'ngane from the side of where we are that are relocating to eThekwini, you are trying, but unfortunately you are trying very late, because mhlambe most of them, they are from the side where we are. And maybe another comment will be, yes, siyakusho lokhu, but maybe if we can also invite the parents to be represented in the panel, because ngijwayele nje ukuya imibuzo eminye imibuzo uma ngihleli nabazali ukuthi ingane ivuke ekseni esikoleni ifunde mhlambe ngo3 ibuyele ekhaya ngo4 kuze kosha u5 iphi. That's a question isikhathi esiningi esingazi ukuthi noma that's when lapho kwenzeka khona lot of a damage from ingane. So that is why mhlambe nginento ethi if we can also invite the parents, maybe they can assist us kule journey esithi siyayihamba, because uma siyihamba sisodwa ama parents engekho, then maybe that is why we are always having or experimenting lot of challenges, because thina sithi asibheke ngapha sifuna ukukhulisa ingane, but parents basho okunye, which is not similar to what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sawubona kakhulu. I think what you said, some of it has been covered by the panelists. To say ukuthi, I think we all need to get involved in making sure that our sportsmen and women are supported. And when I'm talking support in every way. From making sure that the lifestyle that they lead is appropriate. They take responsibility, they take accountability. It is one thing for us to be proud of them and raving about them when they are successful, but when they are down and out and they are lost, as Brilliant was saying earlier on, we need to be aware of those stages. We cannot just take opportunity to celebrate when all the good is happening. Take all the glory, take all the shine. We also need to be able to support them. With that, I just want to say thank you so much to everybody, especially our panelists, Bab Macingwane. Lorna, thank you very much. Mark, and I hijacked you, Coach. Again, congratulations to you. I'm now going to hand over to Jacinta, if I'm not mistaken. So Jacinta, wherever you are, please approach the stage. Oh, yes.
I'm here.
Oh, hello.
Thank you so much to our wonderful facilitator, Pindikule, Burley, Mrs. Burley. Cela simshayele izandla. And to each and every one of our panelists, we really appreciate all that input that you gave for this evening, and we appreciate your time. Please, can you give our panelists a round of applause? Now, before we wrap up, I'd like to call the head of Parks, Recreation and Culture, Mr. Tim Kosingcobo, to give us a final wrap-up of this evening. But please don't go anywhere, because I've got a surprise. You can start looking under your seat. Okay, I promise you there's something there.
Siyabonga kakhulu Jacinta nokuthi usibongele kwi-panel yethu. Sibonga kakhulu nakunina nonke for coming here. But I think you lost just a small point. This was a session for all of us to come here and say, well done, Durban or KZN, because we have done something different this time. It can't be a coincidence that all our teams are doing well. That was the point, actually. So let's not be hard on ourselves. When we have done well, let's not look for the reason as to why we cannot do better. Let's enjoy the fact that we are doing well. And that is what we wanted to express to you. Siyabonga kakhulu kwi-panel yethu. Ngithuswe ukuba khona ka-coach wethu la. We're not expecting him. Last I heard was that he was held up somewhere. I've watched many of his games. When Golden Arrows want to score, you can see they want to score and they will score. That is the kind of attitude I think he has instilled, that discipline. And we really need to appreciate that. How do you take these young boys without really any experience before, then to make them into this big team that they are? So let's not then look for excuses as to why they are winning. Let's celebrate that they are. Dolphins, the Sharks, even though I understand they lost today, but they are doing very well. Amazulu also. So let's celebrate all of those things. So at this point, for their participation, I would like to thank Ngobana. Udlala ibhola mfana yazi ngabusula kudala. Ozanazi yanto. Hey, no, that's it. Brilliant. Hayi siba concerned phela nama car accidents madoda. Ilula le nto umsana ukugijima. Umsana ukuphuza bese niya drive. Ilula le nto. And we raise these things because siyanthanda. Asidingi into esikoleke nale ukuthi asibe responsible. So our players were to say our time, and I think we need to send that message all the time. We really do get concerned when our footballers especially got into car accidents for something that can be prevented. Don't drink and drive. It's just as easy as that. So ngiyakuzwa brilliant kodwa ngoba ngihlala nayo ngeke ngikuvumele. Ndodo, woza phela uzonginika la. Kunamabhodlela amawayini ke. Baba Macingwane ngicela siye sikubonga ngalento. Ebeqinisile methi sasidlala i-team eyodwa. Ngangu number 5. Sibonga kakhulu mfethu. We always appreciate ukuba available kwakho and the role that you are playing. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Lona. Yeah, hey, sasisebenza naye lo mntwana wayesemncane kabi usesisinyana manje. And I'm so proud of what she has achieved. Ngikubone na TV laphana ngibona hey Marotha nansi lengane isikhule kangaka. Thanks a lot.
Ngiyabonga baba.
Keep it up.
Ngiyabonga.
Sikhulu sami. Ngijabula ukubona ngagcina ungaphilanga kahle. No, come forward. So he's also was part of our team. Then he moved first to province, and then now back to UKZN. We appreciate you're quite concerned when you were not well, but you now are happy that you are. So keep it up and make it a point that you live forever. Thanks, first. Sure. My coach, Baba. Thanks a lot for really coming. You honored us. Angazi ngakubonga kanjani sikhulu sami. That's all. Thanks a lot, Baba. We appreciate it. Thank you. Ushuthile ngithi. Sibalekile sasithola. Sisiphinde. Thanks, my friend. Huh?
Thank you, my friend.
Thanks a lot, man. Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. That's yours, huh? And then can we give this to Shana? So I'm Shana.
Thank you.
And then on my part, I must say, please don't go. We are still going to have Untengane and then also dinner, please. I will hand over to Jacinta now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malum Polowa. Okay. Umapolowa did say that today is a celebration of how well the city is doing, so it is only fair that we give each team a round of applause. So we're going to start with the Sharks and say congratulations to the Sharks. Please give them a round of applause. Yay! And then we move on to the, okay, I heard you say it's the Hollywood Bet Dolphins. I don't want you to lose your sponsorship rights because I got it wrong. So let's give Hollywood Bet Dolphins a round of applause. And then representing Golden Arrows, Coach Mandla is going to be here. Say, Golden Arrows, congratulations. And then also sitting at number 2 on the log at the moment, Amazulu. Hebe, Usuthu. And I also did promise you something under your seat, right? But forget that. But I've got something for you. So, you know we're celebrating how well KZN is doing as a province. So, Maskandi music happens to be one of the prides and joys of our province, right? We've just had a new king, or King Mrs. Zulu, and we're going to be having ourselves a new queen. So, give it up to us as a province, yes. I'm sorry to all those who are brokenhearted. Mrs. Zulu is not for you anymore. But before we say goodbye, I just want to give a special thank you to all the people that are watching right now from the comfort of their homes, from your cell phone, wherever you are. You missed Ebola just to be with us. By the way, are the Kaizer Chiefs fans here? 4-0. Guys, do you believe it? Can you believe it? It is unbelievable. So thank you so much to Kaizer Chiefs for snacking on some Simba and making it a 4-0 thrashing. Wow, we look forward to that. And Peter Masimane, as well as Al Ahly and Sundowns will be going head-to-head. We're also looking forward to that. That's going to be exciting. The season of football is coming to an end shortly. It's going to be very sad. I know a lot of us are going to miss football. Well, that's local football. There's going to be international football. I don't know if you're looking forward to that. Did you hear the new Bafana Bafana coach? Are you happy? Yes? How? Nobody's happy. Okay, yeah, let's move on from that and let's get into the surprise. I hope the surprise is ready now. Talking about Maskandi music, to give us a bit of entertainment for the evening and to celebrate what is proudly KZN. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome now onto the stage the one, the only, Wawuthembeni, Mawushiya mina, Ntencane. Tell us simshayele izandla. Where is Ntencane? Phela mncane noma ngimboni.
Behlule ngincenga ngiqale ezinyembezi bavele wahamba sengathi akakaze angithande behlule ngincenga ngikhokha ngamadolobhana bavele wahamba sengathi akakaze angithande kanti inhloboni yothando lena ngapheli noma esenganeni kungcono uhlale ungathandi umuntu. Yebo ngiyavuma ngiyakuthanda kodwa ngihlukumezile kwanele manje Yebo ngiyavuma ngiyakuthanda kodwa ngihlukumezile kwanele manje Uyisuthando lwami bese Yebo ngiyavuma ngiyakuthanda kodwa ngihlukumezile kwanele manje Uyisuthando lwami bese Yebo ngiyavuma ngiyakuthanda kodwa ngihlukumezile